Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Michael Markowsky, and welcome to my studio. Today we are going to recreate another artwork by another one of my favorite artists. Today we are going to be recreating this painting by Lucius R. O'Brien, Sunrise on the Saguenay, Cape Trinity from 1880. This was the first painting as part of the National Gallery of Canada's collection, and I thought it was an appropriate painting to paint at the beginning of our new year. Now, I don't know, it's a few weeks into the new year, but I was away in Australia, so now I'm back, and this is the painting I want to do to kickstart 2024. And maybe you're watching this 20 years from now. And it could be a sunrise for you as well. I love this painting. I love the glowing light that comes from this. Lucius O'Brien is probably, at this point, kind of a bit of a forgotten artist, except to a small number of people who are hyper aware of the history of Canadian painting, and even maybe more specifically Canadian landscape painting, which is like 5 people. But nevertheless, this is a really important painting in Canadian art history, and having the name Sunrise seemed to be appropriate for the new year. So we'll be able to learn a little bit about how to paint really bright, glowing skies with somewhat kind of slightly silhouetted landscape features in front of that beaming light. I think it's just a beautiful painting, and I think it's just going to be some fun way of just practicing some of those techniques. So the plan for today is, what we're going to do is we're going to get the image on the canvas. I'll show you how to do that. We're going to stain it with some color. Then we are going to talk about Lucius O'Brien's biography, and underpainting, maybe a little bit of underpainting. And then we're going to start with our background, which is for our purpose is going to be mostly the sky, and then we're going to move into the hill in the middle ground, and then the foreground. So we're going to be kind of jumping around back and forth here. It won't surprise me if this is a 4 or 5 hour long painting. So in that case, the skipping along the chapter headlines, which are down below, would be helpful if you're watching this afterwards and you want to come and you want to watch the very end and see how it turned out. And if you like how it turned out, well then, welcome back. So let's just cover a few little things here. If you wouldn't mind helping the channel by subscribing and hitting the notification bell, and even more so hitting that like button. Totally free and easy ways to support the channel. The channel's been blowing up over the last few weeks. Hundreds of thousands of new people have been watching these videos, but far fewer people subscribe, and that's just typical YouTube. But subscribers really help YouTubers and help reach larger audiences. So if you want to support the channel with a small donation, as little as $1 through PayPal, or you want to donate through the Super Chat while we're live, or you want to send an e-transfer through my email. My email is on the Facebook group and my website. Those links are down below, as well as if you want to contact me to mail something in the old-fashioned snail mail, as it has been called. So, let me just make this okay. Let's jump right into it here. Look at all, there's Patricia and Jeannie and Lolly and Senga and Hast. Awesome. Great. Senga says, I hope everyone enjoyed the festive time. I second the notion, Senga. Okay, so our first step is to get an image on the canvas. Now, you could take my free drawing class. It's very popular here on YouTube, and learn how to draw on your own, or you could use the free template that I've provided for you. So, here's to shout out to the Facebook group. I encourage you to join that and take a picture of whatever you've created today. Upload it to the Facebook group. This time next Tuesday, we're going to do a feedback episode celebrating your work. So if you want to participate in that, put your work up on the Facebook group. So if you I'm all mixed up with my words today. So if you want to download this free template, click on the Dropbox link in the description below, At the very top of that Dropbox folder, you'll see resources to get started for painting. And then the next, I don't know, 60 folders here are for paintings that are a little bit easier for a beginner painter. Some may be easier than others. And then if you keep scrolling down, you'll see all these ones that begin with numbers. And I mean, in all of these folders, there's at least one painting for each of these artists. Some of them have a dozen or more. You'll notice some famous names. There's Walt Disney, there's Diego Rivera, Pablo Picasso, Tamara de Lempicka, and maybe some others you've never heard of before. And from art from all over the world, from across the centuries. And here we are, 165, Lucius R. O'Brien, Sunrise. Click in here. You'll see that there are 4 files. Typically there might only be 3, but I'll explain why. We've got the original painting plus 2 versions of the outline that you can download. One's a JPEG, one's a PDF, whatever's easier for you to use. And you can download it onto your desktop and then print it on your inkjet, laserjet printer, take it to work and print it off there, or your local copy shop, right? Okay, so once you've done that, let's begin this process. So I'm going to take this, again, this is just a regular piece of photocopy paper with the image printed on it, and I'm going to transfer it onto this 9x12 sized canvas panel or canvas board. Now, typically they come wrapped in plastic, and I take it out of the plastic, and then I give it just a really quick light sanding, and then I apply some white acrylic gesso across the surface. I let that dry overnight, and then when it's dry, I then take some sandpaper, like 220 grit sandpaper, and give it a nice sanding, and it becomes a much smoother surface. So especially when we're doing paintings that have a tremendous amount of detail. Now, I'll show you there's a lot of detail in some of these areas. We're not going to paint any of that, but if you're doing anything that's got faces and things or details that you really want to make your life easier, you want a smoother surface to paint on, because the texture of the canvas when it comes out of the plastic, even though it's already pre-gessoed, is, it's like, I always use the comparison to a waffle. It's got all of these, it's a fabric texture, so it's got that weave in there, and I like a little bit of weave, but not too much, but the bare minimum is what I like. So anyway, we get that on here, and then I'm going to tape it down. Okay. And then I'm going to use some carbon transfer paper. Now you can actually use graphite transfer paper. Actually, that's what this is. This folder is long outdated. This is what I've ordered this package from Amazon, I don't know, maybe 2 years ago, and it comes in, there's 100 sheets in there. I think it's like $12. I think I've used 1 sheet in there, and or maybe 2 or 3. This is what they look like when they're brand new, and this is what they look like after you've used them a little bit. But you can use them over and over and over, at least for this particular process. So, see, here's one side. I'm going to put it on the other side, the darker side facing down, because after all, that's the graphite that I want to come out onto the table, or onto the canvas here. And then I'm going to trace these lines out, right? And it's a good idea just to do a little double check. Oh, yeah, the line is in fact being transferred. Good, good, good. Let's move on. So a lot of this, you can just see, I'm just barely outlining this, because first of all, this is going to be in behind, I want it to be barely visible, so I don't want to do too much outlining there. In fact, much of this painting is going to change as I paint on it. Right, so I mean, very subtle line work here, very simple. I mean, we could sketch this out fairly easy as well without having to use any carbon paper. Now I like keeping these around while I'm painting just to refer to. And again, I like to conserve these until basically, for my purposes, until there's barely any carbon paper left. There's no carbon left on the side of the paper. There's no reason to throw it out. Okay. And then, of course, it's important to then also take a sip of tea. Now, oops, let me just... I'm going to do this again because I wasn't recording there. 1 second. Deborah says, I painted this painting with watercolor, and it's one of my favorites. This exact painting is in the National Gallery of Canada, and it's truly amazing. Yes, absolutely. Like I said off the top, this painting was the very first painting to be included in the National Gallery of Canada's collection. So, our next step here. Now that we've got our image on the canvas, we want to stain it with a little bit of color. Now, you don't have to do this. A lot of artists today, I think, unfortunately, don't do this step. I think that's a big missed opportunity. But certainly Lucius O'Brien would have absolutely 100% done this technique. Maybe using a slightly different color that I'm going to use, but he would have done this because this is the type of technique that was passed down, especially through the Academy, and there was nobody else more closely identified with the Canadian Academy approach to painting than Lucius O'Brien. So Imprimatura is an Italian word that means the first layer of paint, or the priming layer of paint. And so let me just even talk about the colors we're about to use here. I'm going to use a system of painting, a palette called the Split Primary Palette. I didn't invent it. But I wish I had heard about it 20 years ago. It wasn't until maybe 15 years ago, after I finished graduate school, that I was teaching at the school I graduated from, and I was like, I really got to know my facts. Or let's go back to basics. Let's read a bunch of color theory. And I stumbled upon this, and I started teaching it and realizing, my goodness, this makes everything so much easier to understand. Why didn't I learn this? Why isn't this taught everywhere around the world? Well, that's partly what I'm trying to do here with these classes, because I think this is especially the ideal way for a beginner to learn how to paint. So a split primary means we just split the primary colors in half so that we have 2 yellows, 2 reds, 2 blues. Because every color's got a temperature, and knowing how to manipulate color temperature, especially in a painting like this, is the key to creating a large amount of depth, the illusion of depth anyway, on a flat surface. So with that, we can use these 6 tubes plus white, and we don't even need to buy a black. I don't think I'm going to use black because I'm going to mix my own, and I do that in almost every episode, except for the rare episode where I actually use the black paint I have in a tube. Now I'm just going to fire through a whole bunch of colors here. These are the paints that I'm about to use, these Amsterdam acrylic paints. These are your mid-grade student professional level of paint. I think these are more than good enough for a professional artist, but they're also cheaper than probably even some paint that promotes itself as a student grade paint. So this is a 250 milliliter tube for about $15 Canadian. You can sometimes pay a lot more, and you can sometimes pay a little bit less. So in American, that's about $12, I would say. And I'm going to apply this Azo Yellow Deep as my Imprimatura color. But you can use other brands such as Golden, Lascaux, Liquitex. Obviously, you can pause these, but this is all in the folder at the top of the Dropbox. And any one of these brands of paint should work. I haven't tested all of them, so I can't vouch that they're all going to work. But if I was going to an art supply store and I wanted to buy some paint to reproduce what we're doing here in class, these would be my recommendations for these paints. And really the goal is I'm trying to find, yellows and reds and blues that are far enough away from one another so that they're not right next to one another on the color wheel. There's a little bit of a gap in between them, because we can always mix these, like the two yellows we have here, to get the yellows that exist in between those. Now there's a few colors or brands here that I don't recommend. These are Peebo and Museum Color. Peebo, for instance, is one of the most, you could find Peebo in almost every art supply store. It's a major brand, but unfortunately they put a lot of titanium white in there as filler in all of these colors besides titanium white, and it makes it impossible to mix our own black. And unfortunately it's something that cheaper paint brands do as a filler. And it surprises me, like Peebo is more, well, I think it's about the same price as this Amsterdam. But that is, it's really frustrating they do that. And I've used these in person in the classes I teach here in Vancouver, so I can testify that they do not work. And if you have problems with other brands, please let me know so that I can add them to this do not use list. Okay. So let's stain this painting with a little bit of color. So I'm going to use, as mentioned, my warm yellow here. Put a little, what's that, thumbnail-sized blob of paint. And then this is the only time I ever use water when I'm painting with acrylic paint. Because what I'm doing here is just staining the surface. And what I have here, this canvas has been gessoed. Gesso is basically plaster and acrylic medium. And plaster will absorb paint really well. And so I really just want to stain this picture with a little bit of color as opposed to like painting it. And there is a difference between staining something and painting something. A stain intends to soak into the surface and will generally be quite transparent. Like, just think about if you have a bookshelf and you want to stain it. It's a wooden bookshelf and you want to stain it. Well, you don't want, probably the reason you want to do that is you want to preserve the grain of the wood, right? As opposed to if you painted it, you would paint out all of the wood grain, and you may not know if it was made ultimately, when somebody looks at it, is that made of wood or aluminum? Is it made with like really expensive wood or just a cheap wood, right? So staining allows us to see the canvas texture or the canvas color potentially, as well as our underdrawing or the image transfer. So typically artists like Lucius O'Brien, what they would have done is applied a color that would probably was a little bit lighter than, or not lighter, a little bit more of a brownish red color. I like to use this warm yellow, and this is definitely my own kind of, it's become kind of my trademark thing, I guess, at this point. And I just sort of stumbled upon this almost accidentally as a time-saving mechanism as opposed to mixing brown, like Lucius O'Brien would have. And there is a difference, but the difference is so negligible, and I honestly, we've done, what, 320 of these painting episodes now? I can't remember which episodes it's been, but I have done a few where I have painted a brown to get started. And by the end, the painting, you can, if you have them side by side, you know, like, okay, that's the one that's got the brown Imprimatura, this is the one with the yellow. But if they're on the other side of the room, you'd be like, I don't know, what, I can't tell what the difference is, right? So, and that's partly the point. So also today, since this is a new year, I'm going to retire this painting cloth, this towel. This is what I've been using for 3 years to wipe my brushes off on. And it looks like a, well, it looks like a painting. I don't know if a very good painting, but I'm going to finally toss this out. But and replace it with another towel. You can see these are just like old bath towels that I've torn, I've cut down rather than just throwing them in the trash. I can keep them and I can use them to clean my brush off. And this is far superior for all of this paint to get glopped onto this towel, which just goes into the landfill, as opposed to me just wash. First of all, if I tried to, if my paintbrush has a bunch of paint on it and I wash it off in here, it's going to take, I'm going to be cleaning my water every 10 minutes. If I wipe it off onto a rag before I put it in the water, then I can, as you've seen, I can paint for 6 or 7 hours without ever cleaning my water. And then the benefit is that all of that, all those microplastics, remember that acrylic paint is plastic, all that microplastic goes in the landfill, where it stays there for centuries, as opposed to down the sink, out into the ocean, into the food that we might eat, or the food that some of the other animals we eat, and so on and so forth. Look at that. Oh, I for the past little while, I've been trying to find where is a place like this I can clean my brush off. So that feels so nice. Oh, Lolly says, the Marcel Duchamp paintings you did recently were a good example of using different colored Imprimatura, if anyone's interested. Thank you, Lolly. You got a better memory than I do. That's awesome. Thank you for pointing that out. I'm going to have to put you on staff, Lolly. Your invaluable contributions here to keeping... you're the knowledge keeper for the channel. I love that. I appreciate that. Okay. So, I think that's good. Sometimes I'll do another coat of paint at this stage, like I did on the Warhol paintings we did last week. But I really want some of this yellow to glow out. And that's one of the reasons I like using this warm yellow. It really gives us that, the warmth that we want from a glowing sun. Now, the way that Lucius O'Brien probably did this is he would have used a warm brown, but probably would not have painted the whole surface like this. He probably would have sketched it in and used a mixture that was more transparent, maybe for parts of the sky and the water, and then use a more concentrated or darker mixture of that same paint to paint in some of the landscape features, like some of the hillside here and the ridge line of the rocks and such. You see it's still a little bit wet. My fingerprint smudged it, but that's okay. I'm not gonna, all of this is gonna get covered with paint anyway. Well, Lolly says, I'm super tired, but these streams are always worth staying up late for. Oh, you're so sweet. Pascal says, warm yellow is great in Canada, especially in cold winter. Yes, as we speak right now, there is a massive blizzard moving in to where I am right now in Vancouver, Canada. So probably there's tiny bits of snow on the ground right now, but probably by the time I'm done, I won't be able to get out my front door. They were expecting so much snow. I got all these emails right before we started about possible closures for our daughter's school tomorrow. So it is going to be chilly. So that's another reason why to paint a nice warm sunrise. Just the fantasy. All my family's in Hawaii right now, and I'm getting these, images of them on the beach. I'm thinking like, oh, I wish I was on the beach right now. Aw, Senga says, I'm so glad I found Michael's stuff. What an amazing guy for sharing with us all. The members are amazing. Best group. And all the members are amazing. It's the best group. Oh. Well, I mean, it's people like you, Senga, that make this group a fantastic place to spend a little bit of time together. What a great community, right? Okay. Let's move on here. Where am I? So let's talk a little bit about Lucius R. O'Brien's biography, just so we have a bit of an understanding about who the artists that we're studying from were and some of their accomplishments, and maybe why we're looking at this particular painting to begin with. Okay. Just another quick shout out for the Facebook group there. Next week at this time, we're going to do our feedback episode. Okay, so Lucius O'Brien is born in 1832 and dies in 1899 at age 67, which for the time was probably about average, I'd say, maybe a little on the older side of things. But he lived a really interesting life and played a pivotal role he played a pivotal role in the founding of a number of different art-related groups in Canada, but maybe more so than anything, his contribution as the very first artist to be included in the collection of the National Gallery of Canada. Okay, so Lucius O'Brien is born in Shanty Bay in what was then known as Upper Canada. And so let's just take a quick little look at where Shanty Bay is, because there is still a little community there. And so this, you can imagine, back in the early 1800s, was a very isolated community. Probably the only people he would have seen would have been fur traders and indigenous people who had lived in this area for tens of thousands of years before settlers like O'Brien's family. But if I just zoom back in here, you'll see that here's Toronto covered with all of these little stars. So Toronto, let me zoom out for our American friends here. We've got Buffalo and Rochester on the other side of Lake Ontario. And then we have just north of Toronto, the town of Barrie, Ontario, and Lake Simcoe here, and little Shanty Bay. So Shanty Bay was, at the time, there was literally nothing there except the land, and perhaps, again, the indigenous people who had been there, although they were increasingly being chased further and further west by the expansion of Canada. And so he was born in a little log cabin on the shore of Lake Simcoe there, a cabin that his father had built, and what became the community of Shanty Bay, which is a town founded by his father. So O'Brien's father, Lucius O'Brien's father, was Edward George O'Brien, who was in the British Navy, the Royal Navy. And after spending his career in the Navy, he settled in Canada. And I don't know this for sure, but I imagine probably the deal is for people who had served in the military back in the day, that, there would have been either maybe a free land or heavily discounted land in Canada to encourage people to settle the newly discovered Canadian territories, or North America in general, both in order to help Britain maintain a claim on the land that we now know as Canada, but also to offer the British, or what, the Canadian military, or what was still part of England, the British military, as possible conscripts if the United States were to invade again. Because remember, in 1812, the United States invaded what is now known as Canada, and there was the War of 1812 that lasted for a couple of years. So, you're talking in early 1830s, this area is technically still part of Britain, but the United States still has their eyes set on it. So I'm sure that the Royal Navy was like, if we encourage as many former officers and enlisted soldiers, retired soldiers to settle in Canada, then that at least offers that territory a little bit of protection in case the United States invades again. I should say that Sir Edward O'Brien was his grandfather, and essentially, I went through this a few days ago, going through the whole family tree, and you can keep on going back and back and back and back, but the O'Brien family was a really important Irish family that was very well connected into the hierarchy of British social life, including connections with the Queen of England. So, when you get all the way back down to the young Lucius O'Brien, he is very distantly connected to that Irish heraldry, but probably about as diluted as possible, to the point where, if there was still, obviously he's not given, a castle or some sort of, a position in the government or whatever. He's just sort of maybe given a little bit of property on the side of this beautiful lake, property which would now be worth millions and millions and millions of dollars. So that a little bit of irony there, right? So from a relatively young age, he's interested in art. He's sketching and drawing. He has ambitions to become an architect. So he studies at the Upper Canada College, which is now is part of Toronto, or is in Toronto. So maybe it's even just worth mentioning, there was an Upper Canada and a Lower Canada, and let's just take a quick little. The irony is that Upper Canada was geographically lower than Lower Canada. Upper Canada consisted of Toronto and Ottawa. It was essentially the English-speaking part of the Canadian territory. Lower Canada was the French side of things. So that's Montreal and Quebec City. And really, you can see just here on this little map here. So Lower Canada is right here. And essentially what the definition is, that it's seen from the position of entering the St. Lawrence River, which is this major causeway that goes into the Great Lakes region here. So Lower Canada was the French side that bordered on both sides of the St. Lawrence, and as you were to sail into that, you arrived further up the river into Upper Canada. That always confused me as a child. I'm like, what? So Upper Canada is actually below Lower Canada. Okay, that makes sense, right? Okay, just wanted to make sure that we all understand that makes zero sense. So he studied at the Upper Canada College, which would have been one of the major, institutions of the time. He studied to become an architect. After completing school, he did spend some time as a draftsman working in an architect's office. And during his spare time, he started to make paintings, do a lot of watercolor paintings. And this, if this at all sounds familiar, there have been generations and generations and generations of Canadian artists who followed in similar paths, specifically many of the members of the Group of Seven and Tom Thompson, who was not a member of the Group of Seven, but who also went to design school and learned how to be graphic designers, and then all worked at a company called Grip Limited. And during their spare time, they were painting until eventually they made enough money where they could devote themselves full time to making art. So very similar kinds of career trajectories for these artists. So about 5 years after he's entered school, as he's now working as a draftsperson in an architecture office, he's making these paintings, and he submits them, and they win several awards. So immediately that's sort of like, wow, maybe I'm actually getting pretty good at this. And so by 1856, he describes himself in the Toronto Directory, kind of the precursor to the phone book, as an artist. So he labels himself as an artist. And I always think that, that's a really big moment in any artist's life, when they make that crucial decision to say, I'm an artist. This is how I'm going to identify myself going forward. And when I teach in person, my classes, I teach at a university here in Vancouver. That's one of the things that on the first day, I encourage us to all kind of go around the room and introduce ourselves as artists. And for generally the majority of those students, it's the first time they've ever said their own name and artist in the same sentence. And I would say anybody who's watching right now, especially those of you who've been watching for years, you can absolutely consider yourself an artist. And because once you make that switch to, I'm an artist, this is part of my identity, then a lot of other things start falling into place. And you no longer have to start giving excuses for taking time away from doing something to make art, because making art is part of your identity. It's just what you do. And so I think that's a really, it's just right here in the Wikipedia page is a little bit of a tidbit, but I think that's a really important moment where because he could have listed himself as a draftsperson or an architect, but even though that's what he was doing full time at the time, but he decided, no, I'm going to make this leap. I'm going to call myself an artist going forward. So over the course of the next 15 years, he's making paintings, and it says here in 1872 he begins landscape painting, but that's incorrect. He'd been doing some landscape painting before that. And he'd also been, like the Group of Seven, going on small little trips outside of Toronto to paint some of the surrounding landscape. Again, very similar to what the Group of Seven would do, is they, on their time off, go on little camping trips and make sketches of the landscape. So he eventually becomes the vice president of the Ontario Society of Artists, and he then also becomes the founding president of the Royal Canadian Academy of Arts. So if you see at the end of names of Canadian artists, you might often see this RCA. So RCA is the Royal Canadian Academy of Arts, and it's similar to, pretty much every English country has something similar. Like in England, it's just the Royal Academy. I'm sure in Australia there's the Royal, maybe RAA probably. I bet you that would be. I'm sure Ireland and Scotland and where else? New Zealand would have similar designations. The Royal Academy, the Royal Canadian Academy, once carried a lot of sway, a lot of importance, and it would be your life goal to become a member of that academy as an artist, because attaining that level of that distinction was basically a stamp of approval which would enable you to sell your paintings anywhere around the country. And today, the Academy still exists in Canada, but its significance, not significance, it's not relevance. It's the sway that designation has is not nearly as great as it once did, because the Academy as we know it, in the big A sense, has largely vanished. I've talked about this in dozens and dozens of episodes, the importance of the academies, because the Academy essentially for most of, well, for the past like 700 years was preceded art schools in general, right? So you would become a member of the Academy, and then the academies would also have classes there. And so if you wanted to be an artist in Europe or North America, you would study at the Academy and then become an academician. Academy. Why does that always? I'm trying to academ. Anyway, you become one of those, and then you pass on your knowledge to the next generation of artists. And so he becomes the founding president of the Royal Canadian Academy of Arts. And there's a story, it's not mentioned here, but essentially, let me see. I want to get the names right. Is it Van Horn? Okay, so I can't find, just off the top of my head, the name, but so essentially what happens is, I think it's in 1879, O'Brien goes to Ottawa. He travels from Toronto to Ottawa, and with the goal of getting the Governor General of Canada to become an official patron of the Ontario Society of Artists. And he wants that, and I think the Governor General was Van Horn at the time, and having the support of the Governor General as one of your official patrons, potentially listed in your annual report, etc., would have been a bit of a coup, right? Because no greater legitimizing force, especially at this time, where the Governor General is, the Governor General is the Queen's representative in Canada, and would have been, one of the most one of the most powerful persons in the country, right? This is before we had there might have been a prime minister. That'd be interesting. Did Canada have a prime minister in the 1830s? 1879, 60s. Anyway, something to think about, look into. there might have been. But anyway, so he goes to Ottawa to secure the Governor General's support, and instead the Governor General throws him a curveball and is like, you're such a great advocate for the Ontario Society of Artists that we'd like to create an even bigger position for you, and we'd like to establish the Royal Canadian Academy of Arts, and we'd like for you to be the president of said organization. So, that would have been an interesting, that's sort of like one of those moments where you're going to your boss's office, asking for a raise, and instead they basically, turn you into a vice president or something. You're like, whoa, that was a little bit more than I was expecting. Sure, I guess, yeah, okay, for sure. So that, of course, means that he becomes officially probably the most, how would you describe, Lucius O'Brien, by becoming the president of the new academy in Canada, kind of, I mean, it's both a bureaucratic position, you know, as any kind of you know, office-like position like that, but it's also a stamp of approval of his own ability as an artist, right? It's about the most, especially at the time, the most legitimizing type of method that was available to an artist in the day. Like, we don't, again, the academy still exists today, but it just, you know, how would you give approval to an artist today? I mean, maybe if you're exhibiting at the National Gallery, or you, I guess maybe getting a teaching job at a university like I have, yeah, that's an interest, or the cover of a magazine or something. I don't know. It's not as formal today as it once was back in the day. But that is an immediate elevation to kind of the top of the visual art pyramid in Canada, right? So he immediately is now kind of the, you know, because now he can give a stamp of approval to anybody else in Canada, right? It carried a lot of sway. And one of the great traditions of the great academies throughout Europe was that once a year, generally once a year, all of the members of the academy would be required to exhibit one painting that would display their ability, and in order to, again, continually reaffirm the legitimacy of that artist and the position in which they hold. So, you know, you kind of almost hope that there were other institutions that made their board members kind of you know, walk the talk, essentially, right? And so once a year, the Royal Academy in London, or in Berlin or Paris, all of the Academy members would exhibit their latest paintings, and that was like the place to go, the place to be seen, because you would ideally be seeing the greatest work being presented at the time. And one of the stipulations for the newly founded Royal Canadian Academy, was to ask all of the new members of the Academy to donate a painting to the founding of the National Gallery of Canada. So the Royal Canadian Academy of Artists and the National Gallery of Canada are created simultaneously, and that first group of artists that are selected to become members of the Royal Canadian Academy are tasked with not only mounting, displaying a painting that represents their work, but donating one of that very same work to this brand new National Gallery of Canada. So you can kind of imagine the pressure, right? I mean, that is a tall task. I mean, it's one thing to say, okay, we're going to name you president of this academy, which now means you're the most powerful artist in the country, but you're going to have to prove it to everyone. I mean, I can just sign a piece of paper and say, yeah, you're the president, but now you're going to have to go out there and prove it to everyone. You're going to have to make a really good painting. And, oh, by the way, we're going to establish a national gallery where everybody in the world can come and take a look at your work from now till the end of time. And so it kind of probably should be a pretty good painting. So you do your best. We'll see you in a few months. Good luck. So I think that's it's pretty funny that and that's quite the daunting task that would have been ahead for Lucius O'Brien. And needless to say, the painting that he created was the painting we're going to do today, the sunrise on the Saguenay, Cape Trinity. And so this painting, which is still on display to this day at the National Gallery of Canada in Ottawa, you know, it's not particularly featured. There's no, velvet rope, and, it's just another painting on the wall of the museum, a painting which I'm sure some people may glance at, but just walk by. Tens of thousands of people a week who may or may not know the history behind this painting, the significance it has for the National Gallery of Canada, but also just for the arts and culture and the cultural history of Canada in general. So I just want to share a couple of images here. This is a video by the National Gallery just talking about the restoration of this painting. And so I'm just showing you this here just so you get an idea of the scale of that painting itself. Right, so it's a larger painting. It's kind of like your arm's width, if you really stretch your arms all the way out wide. But for a painting that is a really grand painting, it's actually, I would say, a little bit on the smaller end of things. I would, when I was when I was putting together this episode, I'm like, oh, I bet you that's a huge painting, like a monumental, almost mural-sized painting. And so to see that it is, one person could conceivably carry it around easily on their own is a little bit surprising. So I encourage you to watch this short little video just talking about the restoration, and you can also see a little bit about how the color changed over the years, and we'll get to that in a moment. And also one of the curators at the National Gallery just talking about the painting and kind of a little bit of the history and significance of that painting. What else do I want to mention before we dive into this here? So one of the things that he also, another part of the legacy of O'Brien, Lucius O'Brien, was he participated in the creation of this book, Picturesque Canada, in which he collaborated with a writer to basically document Canada, to document the landscape of Canada. And you can find this book. It's been, it came out 100 years ago, obviously, but I think it's in here. One of these documents, you can download the entire book and flip through it. But it has all these beautiful illustrations that O'Brien commissioned from artists across Canada, and by across Canada, that was mostly Upper Canada and Lower Canada, Quebec and on what is now Quebec and Ontario. There would have been a few artists a little bit further west, but Canada was still in the midst of expansion at that point. So there was most of the illustrations feature the Great Lakes area. And so it's a really beautiful book full of like hundreds of illustrations of the landscape and architecture and people and kind of the way of life. And so that was, a major accomplishment of his to sort of create this like encyclopedia of Canada. And a big part of that is, Canada has been just newly established as a country at this time. So this is, partly propaganda to help Canadians themselves understand what it is they've just become a part of, right? And lastly, kind of towards the end of his life, shortly after the publication of this book, Picturesque Canada, he's invited to ride the newly created Trans-Canada Railroad, and on the invitation of the Canadian Pacific Railway in 1886. And so he goes all the way out to here, the West Coast, on the train, and stops in the mountains and makes drawings and illustrations of the mountains. And so he would have been one of the first artists to make that trip. And so, as my own personal art has always been really interested in travels and journeys and kind of following in the footsteps of artists throughout the past. And I myself did the return journey from Vancouver all the way out to Halifax on the train about 12 years ago. And one of the inspirations for that journey was Lucius O'Brien. And that just sort of seeing Canada from the train, which is very different than seeing Canada from the road, or especially the airplane, obviously, because trains happen to generally go sometimes in very picturesque locations along the sides of lakes and rivers that may be almost inaccessible by car, but often also through kind of the industrial areas of big cities. And so you often see some of the most beautiful parts of the country, but also some of the parts of the country that are cities may take great pains to kind of shield you from when you're driving or walking around town, because generally those train yards are kind of a little bit unpleasant to look at. So what else do I want to mention about this? Maybe just before we go on, there's a couple of great articles just talking about this painting and its significance to the history of the National Gallery and the Royal Canadian Academy. This one was in Canadian Art Magazine. But here I just thought maybe we could take a look at this painting here, because I just wanted to zoom in so that you could see some of the detail that we are not going to paint, right? I would have difficulty painting this, and we're zoomed in at like 200-300% here. But in case you're wondering what this painting looks like up close, well, we've got these little guys in this boat here, and they're towing a couple of other little canoes behind them. We have these guys on a canoe kind of paddling out from the shore. Gives you an idea of what the shore looks like up close. This is going to be a lot more what my painting is going to look like, kind of a little bit rough around the edges in the foreground here. And then as we go up here, you've got this big tall ship here with a little tugboat pulling away. So, actually, maybe let's even just zoom a little bit into the sun here as well. And you can just see the subtle differences in color, these pinks and greens, oranges and browns. Really beautiful painting, and how this hill just sort of disappears into the sky. It's kind of this ghostly image that seems kind of to be... yeah, it's almost semi-transparent. Okay, I think Heidi says he went to Upper Canada College, the famous old boys school. Interesting, I didn't know. I mean, probably for sure, the Upper Canada College would have been where, you know, probably every prime minister going forward would have spent some time. It would have been kind of more like your Harvard or Yale or West Point kind of thing. Definitely where all the old boys would have gone, for sure. Pascal says, there is cracking in the painting. Will we get into that? No, I'm not going to do any cracks. Although I did do an episode... Casimir, was it Malevich? I don't know where that painting would be here, but I did do a painting where I applied crackle paste into an acrylic painting to get that cracking effect. So if you want to add crackle paste to your painting to try to mimic that, you could do that as well, for sure. Okay, so let's move forward here. So it looks like this thing is nice and dry and ready to go. I think I do want to apply a little bit of an underpainting here. So just so that when we're painting it, we'll be able to see some of these details, which could get lost depending on the way that we paint the sky in particular. So let's get some paints out onto the palette. we're going to need a good amount of white for this particular artwork. I'm not sure. I'm thinking we're probably going to use most of these colors. It's possible. And so I do have, in case you're wondering, I do actually have black paint, but I don't think I'm going to need it for today. I'm going to mix my own. And I just got a big new order. Love opening a new tube of paint. So let's mix up just a darker color that we can use for doing some outlining. I'm going to take a little bit of red, a little bit of cool blue. I'm just going to mix it into my Imprimatura here. I'm not trying to make black. I just want something that's be kind of a little bit darker. It's turning out a little bit more on the green side of things because there's a lot of yellow in there. If I want it to be a little bit more brownish, let's put a bit more red. Look at all these comments. Sorry, Senga, did you ask a question there? Senga says, I love how you love your work, Michael. It shows you're so dedicated and a wonderful teacher. You're an inspiration. That's so sweet. Pascal says, we should have a group like the Les Nabis. A little secret club. That's a great idea. I'm trying to find what was the question. Somebody, maybe Michael knows the difference, but thank you, Lolly. Sorry, maybe there's so many comments here. I'm having a hard time keeping up here. So sorry, Senga, if you have a question, or if anybody has a question, please post it in the chat there. And I'll try to get to it. There's so many there. Okay. So really, I mean, I personally would probably not do any kind of line work like this here, but I can understand why some people might find this a little bit helpful. So that's why I'm just going to do a little bit of an underpainting here. And there's so many different definitions of underpainting, but you know, maybe if I just put a couple of lines in to kind of help me see maybe where some of the differences, different landscape features might be, so that as I paint on it, if they do get covered up a little bit, then I won't be kind of so distressed by them having disappeared. And so, as I was mentioning earlier, he probably did do some kind of something. He probably combined the this, what I'm doing right now, with the Imprimatura. So there might be a little bit of this happening. Oops. So that's a little bit too dark here. I'll come back to that with a drier brush. So more than anything, this is just here to, as like little guidelines, so that if things get covered up, I won't be in the lurch. I'll be able to find them relatively easy. I'll get my bearings. It's sort of like just if you're hiking deep into the backcountry, you might want to, you know, put up a couple little, you know, flags or something, tie them around some trees so that if you do get lost, you'll be able to easily find your way back. All right, I think that's good enough. That's a great idea, Pascal. We should write questions with the question at the start. Good idea. Capital letters or something. Shay says, hello to my favorite Ukrainian artist. I like coming here to get a break from my political writings. Awesome. I appreciate that. Oh, okay. Senga says, Chromia Flow pencils. So what is the question related to Chromio Flow? Let's take a... I don't know them offhand. Chromio Flow sounds like they're possibly pencils that are water soluble, I would bet. So let's take a look. Chroma Flow pencils. Maybe that's what it is. I don't know what your question is. Are they any good, maybe? Or did you just get them? Has anyone used Chroma Flow pencils? I don't think I've used these specific ones, but I'm sure these look pretty darn good. It doesn't appear that they are water soluble, which is kind of sounds like the kind of... I'm not going to watch the video there, but yeah, I'm sure Derwent is a major art brand. I'm sure these are going to be pretty darn good pencils. I mean, for a pack of 12 for $30, that's actually a pretty good. Didn't know what they were. What's the difference? Are they any good? I'm sure they're really good. I'm sure that they have essentially. And you can, if most good art supply stores should have give you the option to test them out. They often have a little pad of paper where you can draw. Some of that's I've noticed has changed since COVID, where they don't want you touching all their art supplies. But if you're paying decent amount of money, $1 or $2 per colored pencil, you're probably getting pretty good pencils. More expensive colored pencils have less wax in them, or virtually no wax at all, and therefore they are a little bit softer, easier to draw on. They're less hard, and I find them really pleasant to use. They're using a nice colored pencil. If all you've ever used is like cheap Crayola pencils, and then you use some nicer colored pencils like what I imagine these to be, you'd be like, whoa, I didn't even realize how much more pleasant it is to use a colored pencil like this, because it's much softer, so you don't have to press so hard, and you can layer colors easily on top of one another. So and yeah, you could also, another thing too is you could I don't know if they're water soluble or anything. It doesn't specifically say that they are, but they will react differently to water and to paint, which could be a good thing or a bad thing depending. Cheap Crayola pencils have a lot of wax, so you can draw with them, and then water. You could, let's say, draw with white on a white piece of paper with a cheap Crayola pencil, and then paint over it with blue watercolor, and it will resist that paint, so you'll still see your white lines. Whereas more expensive colored pencils may not. They might absorb paint, or they may even get blended into the paint, which again could be a bad thing depending on your particular use. Heidi says, Michael, I do have a question. I could not seem to get black using golden fluid, red, and yellow. I thought it'd be easier assuming there are more pigments. Any ideas? Mixed with Winsor & Newton regular acrylic paint. So the question you're saying is using something, I'm assuming like the golden fluid acrylics, and you're trying to mix your own black using a red and yellow and blue, and you weren't able to get the black, and you're surprised because it might have had a higher pigment. I think I mean, good question. I don't know. I mean, assuming you were using cool blue, cool yellow, and warm red, if you weren't able to get that mixture, it might just be that the colors weren't, warm or cool enough so that they weren't far enough away from one another on the color wheel. All right, so, if we mix these two, cool yellow and cool blue, we get this bright red, or bright, I'll go through every color until I get to green. I take this green and I mix it with my warm red. They're almost opposite from one another, or virtually opposite from one another on the color wheel. Therefore, they negate one another. They neutralize each other in the neutral core, creating black. It's not going to create a perfect black, but it's going to get pretty close. So, I wonder. It's hard to say why you weren't getting a black. I mean, it's possible that you didn't use the exact right, because ideally you'd want 33% of each of these colors. And if you get that combination correct, they should cancel each other out. But if you're using, a cool red and you try to mix this, you're always going to get something kind of a little bit more on the brownish side or purpley side. It's because they're closer together, right? You want something that is as opposite from these cool colors as possible. So it could have been your yellow was warmer. Like, I mean, you can see kind of what happened here. I used, what did I put in here? Cool blue, cool red, and warm yellow. And I didn't spend any, I wasn't trying to make a black, but you can see it's a little bit more of a muddy color. Not quite as the black that I might want. And then your question, is it maybe the material itself? Maybe you did have colors, you took the same colors from regular golden, soft body or heavy body acrylic, and it worked there, but why didn't it work with the fluid acrylics? I'm saying potentially that's what you're asking about. Boy, that's very interesting. And I wouldn't have an explanation for that off the top of my head. What would cause that to happen? The only thing I can think of, if that is truly the situation, would be potentially those pigments. They could be different pigments than the ones that are in the heavy body and soft body paint. The formulation that they use to create this fluid acrylic, maybe they add a little bit of titanium white as a filler, because as paint gets thinner, obviously its opacity, the opacity qualities are going to change, right? So the great quality of these fluid acrylics is they are kind of like, they're like acrylic paints, but also like inks. And as we saw in the previous episode I just did, I painted a bunch of these paintings with this fluid acrylic, and they are great because they're not as watery as inks. They're probably like what a lot of people want their acrylic paint to be, very fluid like. But that also, it might affect, to get the paint to behave like that. And it is a little, if you've never used fluid acrylics, it might be a game changer for a number of you watching right now, because you can really get some, I mean, and it can be way more pleasant to use this, especially on the final stages of your paintings, than trying to paint with heavy body or soft body acrylic, which is much thicker, right? So these paints I'm using are a heavy body acrylic paint, right? I can shake like this. I would probably have to like pound on this before any of this paint is going to fall off. This fluid acrylic, you can hear it's fluid-like. It's not as fluid or as watery as ink is, but it's pretty close. So I don't know. That comes down to some chemicals. You'd probably have to talk to a chemist about that. I don't know, but if that's this, yeah. So I'm sorry I can't offer a better explanation. I'd have to try it out myself to see. So maybe I have to think about a painting we could do that would use fluid acrylics for me to get a whole set of those colors. I'll put it on my radar though. Singa says you got a whole set of 72 for Christmas. That's great. That'd be really nice to have all of those colored pencils. That is awesome. Yeah, a nice host. Yeah, get yourself. You don't even need to buy 30 of them. Just think about getting a couple colors that you might use frequently. You're going to notice if you have a nice colored pencil, you're going to have to sharpen it way more than a cheap colored pencil, which again feels like, man, I spent $2 on this colored pencil, and after 2 or 3 drawings where I'm using I have to go buy another one. Well, this is a ripoff. Well, maybe, but it's going to produce better quality work. Like, I don't know what, it's like, certain kinds of spices you might get. You could get like, a big thing of was it simulated vanilla extract or whatever. And, you can buy, like, because I did a whole project years ago where I made a bunch of gingerbread houses. So I bought a lot of this. You can buy, like, a big jug of artificial vanilla for, like, $10. And then you can buy those little tiny ones that are pure vanilla extract, and they're, like, the same price. So, if you're making a lot of gingerbread, that little thing, you go through that little tube of... And so it's like, well, why would I pay all that? Well, because it does taste different. It does taste better. Same thing with a nice colored pencil. Heidi says, sorry you take all your time. It's just a surprise. I got all sorts of brown, green, and old bloody red. First of all, you're not taking up my time. This is why I do this live, is it gives me an opportunity to talk with people and help as much as I can. So if you're getting a lot of brown, green, I noticed you didn't mention purple. So I suspect, just reading that maybe a little bit more blue in the mixture is what we're missing. Again, it's possible that using those fluid acrylics, because maybe sometimes one color could be more transparent than the other, instead of 33% of each. I mean, ideally that would be the mixture you would use to mix a black. You might need to put 40% blue and a little bit less yellow and red, right? So just remember that when you're trying to mix a black, you know, let's say you're getting these greens, right? So if you're mixing green, you're trying to mix a black using warm red, cool yellow, cool blue, and you get a green, what that's telling me is you need a little bit more red, right? Because if you've got a dark green, it's probably existing over here somewhere, and so you add a little bit of red to it, and then maybe you add a little bit much and it shifts over to the red side. And you're adding more yellow maybe, and it keeps on coming back here. Well, we need to add some blue to pull that color back towards the center. I mean, because often what happens when people are mixing black is they often end up with a purpley color, because they got a lot of red and blue, and we need more yellow to pull that purple into the center. Because the yellow obviously is not as dark as red or blue, so sometimes you might even need to add a little bit more yellow to pull that color into the center. So sometimes you do need like 35, 37% of yellow, a little bit more than either of these. So maybe that golden cool blue that you've got is particularly transparent, and it's not having the mixing strength as your yellow and red. I don't know. That's all I can think of, besides other chemical properties that I'm certainly not aware of. Okay. So, let's move forward here. Great questions. Again, if I didn't want to talk to anybody, I wouldn't be here doing these live, right? So I'm always happy to digress. And if people don't want to listen, they can always come back, and I'll probably still be here. I'll probably be here for another 4 or 5 hours too. So it gives me something to do and think about as we paint. Okay, where are we now? Let me get myself on track here. I'll find out a little bit of tea always helps. Oh, maybe I just want to correct this. Just scanning it. So the Governor General, the Marquis de Lorne, or Marquis of Lorne. So did I say Van Horn? Van Horn, I think, was a Governor General. Maybe he was the Governor General before or after. Anyway, so I'll just add that in if I ever edit all these videos together. It was the Governor General, the Marquis of Lorne. Marquess of Lorne? Why do I hear the Marquis de Lorne? I think that's a street in Calgary. I'm sure it's the same person, but Marquess of Lorne is probably the English version as opposed to the French version. Anyway. Now, let me get my mat sorted here. Okay, let's get to painting now. Excuse me. Okay, let's get to painting now. We've got our composition established. We got the Imprimatura on there. We even did a little bit of underpainting to help keep some of those compositional details visible to us as we start to fill it up with paint. So we want to start in the background. And I think what I want to do right here is just to share with you a couple different versions of this painting. So there is this version, but when I looked online, I also saw some others that looked a little bit more like this. So this is a version that I've kind of tinkered with to try to get the colors to a little bit closer to the way that I think they appear today. If you watch that video I in the description below of the restorers of the National Gallery working on this painting, it seemed to me that they were trying to get the painting to look a little bit more like this, to get these bright pinks to pop. And the colors seem to be a little bit more saturated, and one of the things they were saying is that the painting had a varnish on it that had really yellowed quite severely, and that's why they were restoring it, why they were cleaning it in the first place. So while this is maybe one of the images you find more commonly online, it appears that this is maybe closer to the way that the painting is today. Now, I haven't seen the restored version of the painting in person yet myself, so again, that's why I've included two versions of this painting in the Dropbox, this one and this one. So you feel free to do whichever one you want, if in fact you want to do this painting. It's not going to make a huge amount of difference. I mean, really, you could make this painting just like that, and then do some very thin glazes with some pinks and warm yellows over top of it to get to this particular look. Okay, so really what we're going to be doing is doing a lot of glazing with this painting. So if you've never done glazing, here's a good episode for you to learn and to watch a little bit about how that's done. So what glazing allows us to do, glazing is very thin, almost transparent layers of paint. And probably the most famous painting example of glazing in action is the Mona Lisa, right? So when people look at the Mona Lisa, they're like, wow, it looks like a photograph. I don't see any brushstrokes, except maybe in the background. But her face, her smile is so enigmatic. It's like if you try to draw the Mona Lisa, do you draw a smile or a frown? It's hard to say because it's so... Leonardo was using a technique called the sfumato, which is that super soft quality of paint application. And so glazing fluid is one way that we can do, I mean, it's the primary way you can glaze in acrylic paint. Obviously, there's lots of different mediums that we could use. We could use matte medium or airbrush medium or pouring medium or slow dry. I've got a whole bunch of them over here to do glazing, but this is specifically what it's for. Now, you can see this is satin glazing fluid. I actually have a gigantic jar of gloss glazing fluid, and I think that they even make, especially golden, they think they have like semi-satin and semi-gloss and all sorts of different versions. I personally prefer big time the satin everything, because it makes the painting, first of all, for this purpose, it makes it a lot easier, because when it's satin, when it dries, it looks matte, versus when it's wet, it looks glossy. So if you're using gloss paint, the frustrating thing is it's hard to tell unless you touch it whether it's dry or not, because it goes on glossy, shiny when it's wet, but when it dries, it still remains shiny. So it's hard to tell whether it's wet or dry. I love satin because, when I paint it, I can see the reflection, and then all I got to do is just sort of tilt the painting, and then it's like, oh, I don't see any reflections. It's dry, ready to move on. And when it comes to glazing, when you put in a second glazing layer on top of an existing one, it's really important for that first layer to be as dry as possible. So if you're not sure if it's dry or not, for me, that is like a major frustration. Obviously I'm here, you wouldn't believe it or not, but under some kind of time constraints. Sometimes these episodes are a little bit longer than others, but if you're painting and you can paint a layer of glaze and go away and make some cookies or go do something else, and 2 or 3 hours expires and you come back and do another coat. Typically, that's, you know, Leonardo would have done on his paintings, although he would have worked on something else for a few weeks or months before doing another glaze layer. But if you can take time off and time's not a concern, then you'll know after a few hours that, yeah, it's probably dry by that time. But I want to be able to know within minutes if it's dry or not. Okay, so another thing I want to do is I want to start with cool colors in the background and work my way to warm colors in the foreground. So in this area right up here, it's going to be all cool colors. This area right in here, we're going to have some warm and cool colors. And then in this area down here, it's all going to be warm colors. A little bit of warm and cool in here. And so, you know, at first that might sound confusing, but what that does is really help simplify this process. Because if I think, okay, I'm going to use, if I want to paint something up here, okay, well, it's going to be either my cool yellow, my cool blue, or my cool red. Those are the 3 colors. Versus if I'm painting something down here, it's going to be my warm yellow, my warm red, or my warm blue. So immediately takes half of the color palette out of the equation. You know, my middle ground is maybe where I suppose it could be a little bit confusing, but you're just sort of, you know, maybe painting a little bit of, you're adding a little bit of warm colors into your cool colors, right? And there's also going to be a lot more white and gray in the background. And then as we get closer to the foreground, we get colors that aren't diluted with white or gray, potentially even adding a little bit of black in here. You don't really want black anywhere in the background or even the middle ground if you can help it, especially not black out of the tube. If I painted, let's say, this tall ship with black, then all of a sudden that little tall ship is going to appear like it's right on the same plane or in the same space as, let's say, this tree. And what that would do is create this really weird optical effect where it might look like someone has a toy boat that they're throwing from the beach into the water, as opposed to a boat that's way off in the distance. So no black anywhere up here at all. Okay. Oh, Deborah says, Rick and I went kayaking on the Saguenay River, and it's just like this painting. It forms a wind tunnel, so it can be rough. Ooh, I bet. Yeah, definitely. When you have like big, sharp cliffs like that, you can imagine the wind whipping right around in there. Okay, Heidi's listed all those paints. I'll come back to that in a little bit here, maybe after I get a little more in, and then I'll look up some of those colors and see if I can help you mix this. Okay, so what should we start with? Let's start with some white and cool yellow. So I'm going to take my white and cool yellow and mix these together. And I'll begin by just kind of painting that area in here. It's a little bit more blue than I expected. So I've got my cool yellow with white in here, and then I added just a tiny bit of cool blue and mixed that and painted that into the sky just to start establishing some of these colors here. Right, and if I was just doing, if I was like Tom Thompson and I was outside on the landscape, that might be good enough to really, I mean, I could maybe even say that would be done and I'd be ready to move on to other parts of the painting if I was just doing a quick little sketch, especially if it was much smaller. I'm going to spend more time here on the sky, but you know, that's a pretty good start as far as I'm concerned. So I'm just going to blow dry this real quick. Oh, so I'm just reading a little bit of Heidi. So it sounds like, so Heidi, you're using a golden fluid cadmium red, golden fluid cadmium yellow, and then the Winsor & Newton Galleria acrylic cerulean blue hue. So the Winsor & Newton is a totally different material, different brand, obviously, but different material. That Galleria is more of like a soft body acrylic paint. So in not just the brand, but the chemical composition of it is totally different. So yes, you can mix, you know, your fluid acrylics with heavier soft body paints. Absolutely, it's not going to explode or melt or start on fire or anything. But in terms of mixing those colors together, especially to do something like mixing black, that would be where it doesn't surprise me at all learning that you would run into some difficulty. Like if to try to mix a black, I would go and actually get the golden cerulean fluid acrylic, and that should solve that problem. But first of all, like that Winsor & Newton, those Galleria paints, those I've never used them in class, so I don't know, but those Galleria I think have a higher quantity of titanium white, and I think that's what Pascal was saying here too. They are a little bit more like that Peebo paint that I was not recommending, that they kind of, as a bit of a filler, put titanium white in there. So just on that end, I think it would be unlikely that you'd be able to mix a black anyway, even if you were using 3 Galleria paints. But I'm surprised that you're not at least getting a gray. If you're saying you're getting purples and greens with it, Pascal says try using the phthalo green white to lighten it. Well, if you add white, it's going to turn into a gray. Yeah, I don't know. It's hard. It's one of those things where I think that's, ideally, I don't want to sound like a shill for a paint company, but I think in an ideal world, you're using all paints by the same company. I often use mediums from different companies to mix that into the paint. I think that's way more acceptable than mixing, different brands of paint. And I've always noticed that if I try to use a number of different brands to try to mix black, even when I'm using heavy body paints, often I run into some difficulties. So, it's, if you go to your art supply store and you can't find the color in the brand that you normally use, sometimes you're forced to get another color from another paint company, and it can work, but it's, the results may vary, as they say. I mean, what I would try doing is taking those colors and mix a color wheel with those same colors. I mean, that would also really help you see what is working and what's not working. Probably more so than anything. I probably should have said that right at the top. Have you mixed a color wheel with those colors? Because if you're using those colors and you mix the color wheel, you should probably see quite quickly what colors are working and not working. And if you look at your colors, and especially, let's say, your purples, and they're not, as vibrant as you want, or your green isn't as intense, that would tell me that maybe we've got one of those colors is not ideal. Deborah says, I've been using Winsor & Newton for the past 3 years and it's fine. So that's okay. Maybe it isn't a problem with the Winsor & Newton. I think it's just you're using the fluid acrylics with a soft body or heavy body paint and different brands. That's a lot of different things in the mix that just clearly aren't gelling very well and are creating a result that is maybe not ideal. Okay, so what do I want to do next here? I want to... Let's bring some of the darker blue a little bit further down in here. So I'm going to use some of my glazing fluid there. That might be a little intense, but is that a bad thing? Is it a bad thing if it's a little intense? I don't know. this cloud down here's got a bit of... So I'm using another brush to soften those brush strokes. Okay. And then I'm going to hit this with the blow dryer again. Before I move on, I'm just going to add a bit more of this cool bluish green up into the sky here. Ah! Look at that. See, that wasn't dry. Okay. See, I was thinking at the moment, I don't think it's quite dry, but let's just move on. I don't want to hurry it. And it always punishes me. The paint. Do that again. Wow, that's way more intense than that. Okay. Well, that's not such a bad thing. to blow dry this again. Yeah, so just reading some of the comments, you know, like Deborah is saying that they used Winsor, or Rick's saying you used Winsor Newton for a couple of years and everything worked really well. I mean, yeah, certainly don't want to be a paint snob and say that one paint or you should spend a lot of money. In fact, as I always say, like, these are some of the cheapest paints you can get at your local art supply store, if you can find it at your local art supply store. And I certainly am a big advocate in using less expensive paint when you're learning because then if the painting doesn't turn out the way you wanted, then you don't feel like you wasted tons of money on it. You feel like, oh, well, yeah, I guess there was a couple dollars worth of paint in there and didn't turn out the way I wanted, so it's like spilling a cup of coffee on the way to work. You know, not great, but it's better than dropping your phone on the sidewalk on the way to work, right? Different kind of scale of of bad day. So I'm always advocating for using less expensive materials, and as I said, I've never used the Winsor Newton Galleria, so I have no way of confirming or the quality of that paint. Winsor Newton is like certainly one of the biggest brands for art supplies in the world. So having said that, doesn't mean that that's going to make it better or worse, but generally if it's that commonly available, it should be relatively good, because if it wasn't good, people wouldn't buy it over and over again. Although, as I've said, that Peebo is certainly, I wouldn't recommend it, and it is commonly available. So it's one of those things you kind of have to just dive in and get some paint and then just use it, and then you'll find out yourself whether it's working for you or not. The problem is when you start using different combinations of brands together, sometimes they just, you can swap one in and out and you don't even notice. Sometimes it causes some weird differences. I have noticed at times where, like, let's say sometimes I've ran out of the Amsterdam white and I've used the golden white. I noticed that the golden titanium white is way more opaque, and even just like when I clean my brushes at the night, everything else comes off the palette very easily, but the golden, it will stick on there, and I'm sometimes scrubbing this with a scouring pad for like 5 minutes trying to get the golden titanium white off of my palette, because and that just shows that, like, there's a very different chemical composition in there, and so those colors and binding, everything's kind of just working in a slightly different way. Yeah, it's and as frustrating as all of that can be, to me, what it is the way that it reminds me of the origins of painting in general. That at its heart, for the majority of human civilization, painting has been deeply connected to chemistry and to, you know, to our food and to money and international trade or local trade, to like agriculture, because so many of our pigments were either grown or harvested from in our local environment, or from local, or there were minerals or things that were found in mines and caverns, rocks, stream beds, etc. So, you know, as frustrating as you hear about like different paints and then how they're not interacting, to me, I just think about like, oh, that is something. If Leonardo da Vinci walked into this room right now, he would know exactly the frustration we're talking about. He'd be like, oh, don't get me started. I was using Venetian red on Friday. I couldn't get that thing to bind properly. I tried eggs. I tried, you know, my own spit in there. I tried some cat urine. All these things that artists used in the day. And I just couldn't get it to mix well with my my ultramarine blue. I got a little bit ultramarine blue off this boat that just arrived from Afghanistan. And man, it just game changer for me. But man, it doesn't dry as fast as blah, 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 blah. And it was just like, so the fact that these paints make life so much easier than they ever did for artists generations in the past. But there's that little bit of frustration that we're feeling is in the, if I can make it a positive, is kind of brings us back to what it would have been like to paint for the majority of human life. Is you know, we're used to just seeing those paintings on the walls, but behind the closed doors there was a lot of hair being pulled out all over the ground of artists just losing their mind with like the frustration with colors not working the way that they wanted, especially when artists would be boiling and using fire to transform a pink into a blue. Yeah, it was just a totally different world and level of frustration that we're talking about right now. So I'm going to mix up this color again, but I'm going to make it a little bit different. So I'm just gonna, I found that like I kind of went a little bit wild with my glazing of this area. I made it way more opaque than I wanted. So I'm just gonna, I'm lightening this area. And so I'm going to probably do this a few times to kind of get to... So look at all the people watching. So if you're new to the channel, please like and subscribe. Hit the notification bell so you can find out when new videos are showing up on the surprise occasion when I go live unexpectedly. So I think I do want to do a lot more of that sky, but I think I'm going to, especially because this is taking longer than expected to dry. And speaking of like chemicals and things, my studio is freezing cold right now. Like, I've got thermal everything underneath and I am freezing. So I think that is partly causing some havoc, or not havoc, but just it's changing the way that these chemicals are drying, and it's slowing that drying time down. So I could sit here and blow dry for the next 5 minutes to make that nice and dry, but instead I'm going to just move on and start painting a little bit of my foreground, and hopefully by that time that should be nice and dry. So sometimes when you're making an artwork, you got to be a little bit flexible. You got to use your creative abilities to problem solve when kind of you're throwing a bit of a curveball. So let's move from that into so while my sky is slowly drying in this cold environment, I'm going to start working on the hill, this cliffs on the side here, and then maybe even work a little bit on the foreground. So I've got this middle ground area here, and then my foreground. So let's tackle that next. So what's the ideal? Okay, so this gets kind of tricky. So when you're faced with a situation like, okay, well, what color should I put here, right? And we're gonna layer a bunch of colors, so technically it doesn't necessarily matter what the first color is. We can try and see if we can deduce what O'Brien did here. Now this is a very low resolution image. In fact, let's so what this is telling me, I think this cool blue is underneath everything. So I think he's got a bit of cool blue underneath. So I'm gonna do just that. I'm gonna put a cool blue underneath all of this. I'm going to dilute it a little bit with some glazing fluid, so it's not just a super, super solid cool blue, but you can see that it kind of goes a little bit green because it's semi-transparent, so that the color that it's on top of appears to mix, because it's mixing inside of our brains. Okay, while that's working, I'm going to take just a little bit of my warm blue, mix a little bit of that into here, just kind of change it up a little bit. And do they look almost identical? Absolutely. A little bit more warm blue. So all cool colors here. Cool blue here without any white yet, and then some cool blue and warm blue, and then warm blue down here. Right? So I'm moving from the warmer colors to the, or sorry, from the cooler colors to the warmer colors as I'm kind of cycling in here. Right? And then they're going to kind of sweep back and get cool again as they work their way around. Down here in the foreground, we're going to mix a warm brown. So I'm going to take my warm red, warm yellow, a bit of warm blue. Notice I didn't even bother cleaning my brush. Because all of this could still be considered to be part of the underpainting process. This color that I've just mixed would be probably very close to the color that Lucius O'Brien would have used to define the composition. Probably, if we were to look under here, I bet you we would find a little bit of that color in the as outlines. Blow dry all that. Okay. Next, I'm going to take a little bit of this same color, maybe with a little bit of glazing fluid just to thin it down a little bit. And I'm going to start putting some browns. Let me show you. So I'll just show you. One of the things I'm doing right now is I'm looking at the image. I got my computer screen right here, and I'm squinting with my eyes. I'm looking at it to try to find the big shapes. Where, if I was going to paint something that's going to be a little bit darker, where are those darker areas? And, you know, you might do this and you might see different areas that you think should be a little bit more brown, a little bit darker than I do. And that's okay. little bit more warm blue. Put that in there. That's going to make that brown even darker. Okay, we'll blow dry. Okay, let's keep on painting at it a little bit more of this darker brown. Just taking a bit of my cool blue, mixing that into those warmer colors, into that brown. Because while it might seem counterintuitive to put a little bit of brown into the water, well, there is brown in that water, right? It's reflecting this brown from above, and if we just paint this blue, it's going to look really weird. In fact, you can almost, if we're looking at this, you'd be almost hard-pressed to find any actual blue in this water at all. And I think that's one of those kind of magical things about a painting like this is you can see like the power of an artist's observation, that they're saying, okay, well, that's water, but it's not, it doesn't appear blue in almost any area of the water. So I have to be very creative with my composition and the way that I paint the rest of the painting in order to trick the viewer's eye into apprehending, perceiving what I want, what is supposed to be water as water, and not be like, oh, that's a brown field. Wow, so somebody needs to take care of that their lawn. It's going brown, right? So we can put blue in there, but it's not like this is a bright blue like water down here, as maybe a child would draw this kind of thing. And if you say, well, did he? I would say that he did that 100% purposefully with this painting. Remember the history of this painting. This is an artist. This is his diploma piece, as they would call it, for the founding of the Royal Canadian Academy of Artists. And he knew that this painting was also going to be the first painting in the collection of the National Gallery. So if you're an accomplished painter, so accomplished that you've now been chosen to be the founding member of the Royal Canadian Academy of Artists, then what would you do in order to kind of make a statement piece that would firmly establish you as an artist, so that people look at it and be like, well, I don't like that guy. He's a bit of a, whatever. But man, he sure can paint. I mean, all you got to do is look at that painting that's now the first painting in the National Gallery. Man, he did some pretty cool things here. So I'm 100% convinced that the reason why he chose this setting was certainly a challenge for himself, but he was thinking to himself, can I make a painting that features maybe a landscape that a lot of Canadians at the time would be familiar with, and really not use blue to paint a waterway, right? I mean, there's going to be, as I said, blue in there, but it's not going to be maybe, bright blue in any way. I think that's probably part of his equation there. Like, I've got to do something that is going to be something that's going to be very hard for other people to reproduce as easily. Maybe even have a bunch of people standing in front of it going, how did O'Brien do this? How did he, man, I wish I knew. Maybe he deserves to be the president of the new Royal Academy of Artists. I'm 100% convinced that's the mental equation that he's coming up with here. He's really trying to it's like this is maybe more so than any other moment in his life. This is where he's got to get up on stage and show that he can do what he's been chosen to do, right? Very smart. Okay. I think I want to do a little bit more here, and then I'm going to start putting some of the sky overlapping a little bit of there. So did I blow dry that? I don't know if I did or not, but so again, what I'm doing is I'm squinting when I'm looking at the photograph and my own. Really, I'm interested in color to a certain extent, but more so than anything, value and composition, right? So value is how we, in art, measure the difference between light and dark, right? Lighter or darker, right? That's the value scale. So I'm mostly concerned with kind of getting the values right. And then once I get the values right, then it's just a matter of coloring. A little more complicated than that, but if I can, the majority of what I'm trying to do is see, like, I'm squinting my eyes, looking at the original. Does this need to be darker, or does it need to be lighter? And then, so that's my primary focus right now. Secondary focus is trying to get the colors very roughly correct. And mostly what I'm just concerned about is just getting cool colors in the background, cool and warm in the middle ground, and warm in the foreground. So if I can get the value correct and the color temperature relationships correct, then the rest of the painting is just going to start falling into place. You know, it's like building a puzzle, maybe working around the outside and getting some of the, and then once you've got that in, then you can let your 5-year-old child put in the rest of the pieces, because you got all the hardest work maybe done. Although some people would say the last few puzzle pieces are the hardest. I don't know. I don't think that puzzle analogy works at all, but so, you know, as I said, so for a few things that, you know, I see this needs to get darker, clearly. Some of this needs to get darker, clearly. Some of this, conversely, is going to have to get lighter and less saturated, right? You can see this very, very bright, almost neon greens. Well, eventually, I'm going to put some of these whites and yellows over top of that. I'm going to glaze a little bit coming in even on the water here. And so that's going to really tamper that down, but I probably still want to start kind of diluting this, maybe putting a bit of white and gray into, even more so even gray would be the main thing, getting that into some of this area. So let's mix a little bit of black and then turn it into a gray right now, because there's a lot of gray in this painting. It may not appear to be like that, but I would probably say in terms of the main colors of this painting, we've got a lot of yellow, we've got a lot of red and orange, we've got green, and then gray would be probably the fourth most used color in this painting. So to make a black, we're going to take our cool yellow, our cool blue, and our warm red, and try to mix these in equal quantities. And this is, you know, always probably the hardest thing that we do here, but I think one of the most satisfying things. And this is pretty hard to do if you've never mixed a black before. Before you start kind of adding lots more, well, the best thing to do is to mix up the quantities you already have here as thoroughly as possible. You know, it's like yesterday I was making some banana bread and some chocolate cookies from scratch. You know, and if you were to mix it for like 20 seconds and then taste it, you might say, oh, this tastes really salty. Well, maybe it's just because the spoonful you have has a bunch of salt on it because you haven't mixed it in. Mix it in before you taste it, right? Before you make any judgments as to maybe it needs a little bit more or less of something. Because maybe you take a big, you're like, that's really sweet. Let's put a bunch of salt in there. And then when you actually finally mix it in, like, oh, there was already a lot of salt in there. The spoonful I had didn't have any salt. Okay, so here, this looks very green-like. I love that green, actually. Just before I move on, I'm going to just take a bit of this and move it to the side. I really like how that green is going to be useful, but I want something that's black, not green. So remember, green is opposite from red on the color wheel. So if I want to drag this green into the middle, I need the opposite color, red, to help do that. So I add this red. I might have added a bit too much, but let's mix it in. Certainly it does look a little bit more on the brown side. So that is a little bit on the brown side, so let's take a little bit more blue. Okay, I think that's pretty good. So it is hard to tell when you got to paint, like I don't know, is that green or is it brown or purple? Like, it's hard to tell. Well, the easiest thing is we take a little bit of our white. Let's do this here. And if we add white to that color, it turns it into a gray and makes it easier to see what color you do in fact have. And when I mix that together, gosh, that looks pretty good. Looks like the gray that I want. So let's just take a bit more white here. Scoop out a bit of that black. Okay, so your middle areas and clouds are going to have a lot of gray. Gray helps push things backwards. Now we have to kind of be a little bit judicious as to how much gray we actually use, because and especially how dark or light that gray is. Like if I just start painting with this gray right now, although actually let me just see, there could be a few places that this gray might work, just like that up in here. In fact, let's just see. Okay. So now I'm gonna dilute this, make it a bit more transparent. Now, this is gonna make it less opaque, so it might appear to be less dark, but adding glazing fluid is different than adding white to a color. White will make it lighter, whereas the glazing fluid will just make it less dark. So it in some ways appears like I added white to it, but if I added white to it, it would also be much bolder on here. It would, what do you say? It would lighten it up too much. I just want to, right now what I want to do is take some of the saturation away, some of the intensity of these blues and greens. You see how kind of just a little bit more dull this appears? Also putting a bit of this gray into these clouds here in the foreground. also into the water down here. Okay, I'm going to blow dry that. Chase says, would you have any interest in painting Lenin for the 100th anniversary of his death on January 21st? I hope you don't mind me asking. I'm not a big fan of Lenin or communism in general, so probably not, but you're certainly welcome to. I've got a whole list of things that I got to get to before I get to someone like Lenin. Nothing, you know, I have nothing against people who are. One of my best friends proudly proclaims that he's a communist, but communism wasn't the best thing that ever happened to Ukrainian people. Yeah, probably not going to be featuring Lenin anytime soon. But yeah, certainly I have no problems with anybody else making that painting, and I don't mind sharing it and talking about it. But it's not something that I'm going to be doing, but I don't mind what anybody else does. I think artists should have freedom to do whatever they want. Oops, sorry. So I'm just mixing up a little bit of a lighter gray so I can come into this area, because I'm looking at this and feeling okay. I think it's starting to come into focus, but I want to still kind of tamper down a little bit more of this here, still a little bit too saturated in those colors. So, I need to blow dry that before I do anything. And then I'm going to start kind of bringing that into a little bit higher. And then I got to continue, go the opposite way and darken a little bit more here. I'll probably darken with a dark green for a little bit, and some more dark, it'll almost be like a dark brown, but it'll be a greenish brown. Chase says, I'm not huge on communism, but I'm a historian. I'm a nerd and I love learning history. That's why I asked. Yeah, totally. Yeah, I love history myself too. Yeah, absolutely. But you know, there's just definitely things that I'm more interested in featuring than others, and there's definitely other historical figures that you know, may not have had the same kind of ultimate effect on human culture as Lenin, but I'm just painting this hill now. Kind of a solid gray. Not solid, but painting it with the same gray. It's going to get a little bit more blue. Even that, maybe I could have even put that cool blue, actually, that I painted under here. I could have done that, actually, as well. Okay, let's go back to our brown here. I'm going to take my warm blue, warm yellow, mix these guys together. Take a bit of warm red. Oop. Maybe a little more than I expected. I'm going to put a little glazing fluid in there, not so much so to make a glaze, just to make a little bit more of a transparent color. Let's get a bit more blue in here. And also to make it just slightly less dark. It's a little bit, you know, because otherwise this could get really, really dark really quickly. So by glazing a little bit with it, it might keep it just a bit less opaque. So now I'm also starting to look at shapes within these larger forms. Like, in fact, let's zoom in. So, you know, the original image I'm using right here is not as high resolution as maybe it should be, but sometimes that has an advantage in that it reduces the amount of detail and lets us focus more on the larger shapes And I noticed that a lot of beginner painters spend a lot of time immediately going right to detail. And detail is like decorating cake. You got to bake the cake before you put the detail on. You don't want to put the sprinkles on before the cake's even out of the oven, right? So we want to try to work on the big areas and then slowly get or to eventually where we're using our smallest brush and doing the detail. So I'm just sort of looking here to find like directions of shapes, like major kind of landscape forms. You may be like, well, didn't you just try to lighten that up? Yeah, but sometimes I'm going to come back in, and because some of these areas in this part of the cliff are darker than others, and I'm probably going to come back and darken over top of it again and back and forth. So get a bit more yellow in here. And again, I'm sure other people painting this would look at this and see like, oh, I wouldn't have painted that shape like he did there. That's totally fine. In fact, that's even better. I love the fact that two people can stand in front of the same landscape and see something a little bit different. That's great. It just is a reminder that everyone has their own unique perspective. Right? And all those perspectives are what make the world so great. And that's why making art is so great. There wouldn't be a point of making art if everyone saw the exact same kind of thing looking at any scene. Because you'd just be telling people what they already know. You're like, oh, great. Well, yeah, sure. That's what I see too. What's so special about that? So this looks very Cezanne-like, right? Similar kind of color palette even to the way Cezanne painted. To the point where I'm going to even take a little bit more warm red and bring that to this mixture to create a bit of an orange. I'm just going to add a little bit of glazing fluid here so it's not too intense. Gotta keep. I'm gonna have to get it. So that's, yeah, it's a little bit more on the intense side of things, but that's okay. I'm also painting big globs of paint. If I thin it down, that will help. It's been a little while since I put any color back into this water. Another thing too is almost all of the lines for the hill we want going up, and the lines on the water we want going horizontal. So vertical in the background and middle ground, and horizontal in the foreground. Let's just see. That's a little too much. Glazing foot to that so it's less intense. the other thing, this painting, I need to blow dry it because I'm trying to paint glazing fluid into areas where it's just been glazed and it's not happy with me. It's starting to peel that paint off. So let's take a look at these side by side. I'm just thinking about my value contrasts. Again, this is going to get lightened up even more, but that's going to come in another session. I think what I want to do. Okay, I'm squinting my eyes. I want to darken. That feels like it needs to get much darker. Obviously, the foreground needs to get darker. So let's do that right now. I want to put make it a little bit of a darker brown. Maybe that's going to be lighter. Thank you, Chase, for the kind comment. Oh, I think I need to get my heater down here pretty soon. My goodness. I can't believe how cold it is down in my studio right now. Sorry, I unmuted it before. I get carried away, blow dry myself because it's so hot, or so cold. A little gust of warm air. I'm losing my mind. Okay, I think I'm pretty happy with the value relationships here. Let's just take another quick look. I think the level of darkness. I'm not too worried about what's going on down here because I want to tackle that after I've got more of everything else done here. There's no point in fiddling here until I get the water in place. But relatively, I mean, obviously I need to do some in the sky. I think what I want to do now is approach some details here. So I'm going to go. Now that I've got the main elements in place, the value relationships sorted out, I'm going to start getting into a little bit more detail. I want to start putting detail into the mountain or the hill here, even a little bit into the water and the boats. And then after that, I'm going to come back in and glaze into the background. So this is one of the few times where I might do actually more detail in the foreground before I get the background completely finished, because so much of this background is kind of invading into the middle ground area, right? I've got this bright sunrise coming in and casting light into this area, so some of these colors are going to come over top of this. So it makes more sense to articulate the hill and the cliff and then bring this over, so I'm not doing one and then mixing those colors again and doing it again. I can kind of unify that by just kind of painting them right across. So hairdryer woke you up a little bit there, Chase. Good, keeping you guys on your toes. So now we're going to paint some of the more rocky features here in the cliff. So I'm going to, for the first time, get a small, well, since I painted my underpainting, let's do some small detail work. So actually, you know what, let's yeah, I mean, this is great because we can really see the detail that he's applying in here. You can see how kind of quickly he's painting too. That's kind of surprising too. Like, look how these are all dashed in there. You can see most of this is just gray. All of this hill, all of this area, that's where I'm looking at, is kind of in this area right now. All of this is just all grays. In fact, almost all that blue that I painted here has been covered. Wow. You know, so it's not really until you start kind of painting yourself that you can kind of maybe even really appreciate I mean, this is really well done, and it's really what I think is it's different than the way maybe artists even a generation or two behind him. Like there's a lot of impressionist influence in here, and this is really at the very very beginning of the impressionist movement, right? He probably would never have had. I don't think he would have seen any impressionist paintings over the course of his life. I don't know if he ever went to Europe. So that's, I mean, what I'm looking at here, like this is right out of Monet's playbook, right? I mean, you wouldn't. That's fascinating that he's painting this way. Huh. Wow. I did, how painterly this is just really surprising. Okay, anyway, let's where do I want to start? Let's go in this middle area here, and yeah. Oh. Here, let me. Zooming in and out of this Google image here is driving me kind of bonkers. Okay, so I've just added, I'm going to put this in the Dropbox folder. I just did a screenshot of the Google version of this, so a little bit easier to, not quite as high resolution when I zoom in, but it's easier than going off of the web version there. Okay, I'll put that on Dropbox as well. Okay. Oops, not, I want to zoom this in. Like you can see now how much gray is actually in that painting. So let's now start taking some of our browns. Looks like I gotta mix more brown up here. Warm blue, warm red, warm yellow. Just took my gray, brought it right in here. So when it comes to doing rocks, we want mostly just sort of very diagonal, sharp points, like straight lines, and then they're cut off at the top. Right? So we don't want any curving lines. Pretty much everything should be straight up and down, unless it's capped off at the top with a hard edge. Okay, I'm just going to shift over here and paint some of these areas. Let's take a little bit more white and bring it into this brown. Okay, I'm going to add a little bit of cool blue into this mixture because now I'm in the middle ground, right? So rather than warm blue, I'm taking some cool blue into this gray. Just not too much there. going to fake out a little bit of that cool blue that he's got kind of popping through. It's a little saturated right now, but again, I'm going to be coming back over top of this with some glaze, and it's going to kind of make it more white. Or kind of cloudy. Okay, I'm going to move back into this middle ground area here. A little bit of that gray in my browns. Not as much, but still some in there. Remember this green that I created by mixing, how did I mix it? That was my, I think cool red, cool blue, and warm yellow I think I used to make this. So it's kind of just I'm gonna preserve, that was actually, that's from my underpainting. That's what that color was from, so way back at the beginning. So I'm just like, oh, I like that color. It's like a black, but it's not black. It's kind of a nice greenish black. I can use this, mix it in with a little bit of gray. I think I want more of that. That's good. It's almost a little bit too dark. Just take a bit more gray. Obviously, I'm working on a painting that is about 1/8 the size of his, so I'm not going to be able to get all those details, even if I spent an unlimited amount of time on this. But considering how cold I am, I might, ideally wrap up within the next 2 hours, which still sounds like a long time, but that means I'm going to have to sacrifice a lot here to sort of get things done, right? So, and I suggest if you're doing the same thing, don't worry about getting all the there's a lot of detail in this painting, right? The original is 90 by 127 centimeters. So I think it's roughly like 4 by 3 feet, I would say, in terms of size. Like, it's this area where he's really shining, right down there with the water where those boats are. Also, a lot of the success of these colors, it depends on what we've done earlier on. All those colors we built up underneath all of this can really help make these colors really sing. So in fact, it might be a little bit, well, it's getting close to having too much gray in this particular, this gray being a little bit too dark for this area. So I'm just going to add more of this green that I mixed earlier at the very beginning. Like, it's always fascinating to me, like a color that I'm putting here that might seem, oh, it's too dark. And then I start putting over here and it's like that same color right there now seems, or like it might seem too light here, but seems way too dark over there. Right? And that's the subtle difference between these colors and how we can really create super complex paintings just by those slight modification of hues. Okay, let's get more of a green going here. Let's take our warm yellow, warm blue, oops, warm yellow, warm blue. Mixing deliberately in this area where the colors are kind of a little bit muddy. So I can pick up a little bit of that gray. You know, I mean, I got this big area of a nice clean palette, but you know, I often really like using the muddy part of the palette because sometimes we can get colors that are just so much harder to mix. You know, because those, we can just kind of, and it also will fit in really nice with all the existing colors that are already there because all those colors are already on the painting in different places. So now I'm trying to paint some of the foliage in here. Using brushstrokes that are neither, I'm trying to now go for maybe more slightly horizontal brushstrokes and diagonal brushstrokes, but trying to avoid as much vertical brushstrokes as possible. All right, little dabs of paint, little to make it look like bushes. Back up top here, there's some of this up here. Let's take a bit of more warm yellow. So he's doing what I'm doing, but just on painting on a larger scale. So his little brush strokes like this are less noticeable when they're on a much larger canvas. But I can assure you, like when we zoomed in on this painting, it's just full of tiny... I mean, that's almost kind of what's surprising, how loose his painting actually is. I didn't expect it to be that loose. Smear that out a little bit to get a little bit more of that glassy quality of the water. So I think some of my water's going to get darker again. I'm just... Take my gray again. Or grayish green, I should say. Okay, let's just take a quick look back out. Oops. And compare them here. I was just caught myself reading a little bit of Kathy's comment about being in Hawaii and it being cold here. Yes. Yes, Kathy. Hello, everyone from Kauai. Turtle watching. I'll get back to my paints next week. It looks like an interesting one. Is it cold in your basement, Michael? And snow, I think, is coming. Yes. I think it's blizzarding right outside. So I think I just got a notification saying that the school is probably going to be closed tomorrow. So I have no idea. It could be just bright white outside right now. So Kathy, enjoy your time where it's warm because, as you I'm sure already know, you're in for a surprise when you get home. Okay, so you can see I was trying to be pretty subtle here, and yet some of those lines are bolder. Some of those lines on the hills are a little bit more visible than maybe I would have hoped. His definitely surprisingly has an impressionist quality. Mine feels way more impressionist right now than his. But so I want to just, before I move on, let's get a bit more of that cool blue. Gray. I just am seeing up here. Just kind of dulling those edges down so they're quite so sharp. Okay, I'm pretty happy with how this is all going here. Kathy says, no frozen pipes in our house in Victoria, luckily. The family's checking while we're away. My goodness. Yeah, so those of you who are watching from warmer climates, just appreciate that it's not as warm everywhere else. Lisa says, pretty painting. Hi, Lisa. Nice to see you. And there's Jeannie again, giving some claps. That's awesome. So let's move backwards here. Let's go. We've already done foreground pass number 2. So now we're going to go to... Okay, we're coming back to the background. Ideally, we're going to finish the background. So I know that we started with the background, then we did foreground 1, foreground 2. Now we're coming back to background 2. So, which is a little bit unusual. Usually I try to go kind of background, foreground, background, foreground, background, foreground, so that I'm moving in these kind of cycles through the painting. But with this specific painting, because of the way that the sunlight is kind of coming on top of part of the foreground, I wanted to kind of get a bit of that started so that I could glaze a little bit on top of that, so I wouldn't have to do it twice. So now we're going to come back and start painting over top of there and add some of these pinks and oranges and things that are in the sky. Okay. Actually, there's that version too. How are these side by side? Let's just see where we're at. So obviously right now, I got a lot more yellow and a lot more saturated lime green. That needs to kind of tamp down a little bit, and we need to bring out some pinks. So we're gonna basically, I mean, one thing I could just glaze with white over top of that whole area. That would also make a big difference. I think I may do just that, but I'll probably add a little bit of yellow into it. So where should I do this? Let's do this right up here. Let's mix it up first. I'm going to use a smaller brush. Let's take white. Actually, I'm kind of curious if I just glazed with that white right over top of that. Maybe. I'm going to put a bit of yellow in there. It's not just pure white. We'll glaze over it with this yellow. That should be much better. Let's take a... Let's use this brush for fading and this brush for application here. So that really quickly made quite a transformation, right? Really changed that sky. Much better. I mean, it's almost did everything I wanted it to. I mean, I could maybe do a little bit more up there. But let's, in fact, maybe I'm even going to take this and bring it down here into the water. Okay, let's blow dry that. Okay, so, you know, technically this, I could probably do more, maybe even a little bit of gray up here. But I kind of like the intensity of that green. I'm a little hesitant to add more. The only thing is is that super saturated green that I have up here is going to compete with the foreground elements, because saturated colors appear to come forward. And even though this is kind of muted, it's maybe not muted enough. I am tempted to keep it though. I'm just... You see, especially in the top right corner, we get a bit of a gray. Same sort of thing that we were doing here. So technically, I could mix a bit of gray in there and then bring that down. Okay, so let's, assuming this is blow dried enough, we should be able to if we don't like it, mix it away. So I'm going to add that little bit of gray into this mixture. I'm even going to add a bit more glazing fluid in order to dilute it even more, so that whatever I do has less of an effect. It'll be because I want to just make a subtle change here. And if there was a lot of white in that previous layer, okay. Now that still looks a little shiny. I don't know if you can see. I think I'm just going to blow dry it again. just because every time I try to rush glaze, it always punishes me. So. Deborah says, Michael, that is beautiful. I have to go now. Good night, everyone. Good night, Deborah. Thanks for popping in. And, well, you were here, not just popped in, you were here for a little while. Okay, so let's take a look at these side by side so I can have a real-time update. I think that's closer. It could come down a little bit further here, a little bit more of a vignette. But I think that's okay. I think that's probably good enough. Maybe while I'm here, I'm going to bring a bit of this over here. And you can really see the difference when I start doing that as opposed to over here. It's making minimal change, but over here, when I brush it over top of these areas, it's like, whoa, that's a lot. It's very white. Absolutely, right? I should probably use a smaller brush for some of that. I got to do all those clouds, but all of this is pretty wet, so I think I'm going to come in, maybe do this background area here first, and then I might come back and start working on the water, and then finish the clouds, get that pink in the sky. Let's see, let's start with this. That'll take us a few minutes anyway. Oh my goodness, during one of the last times I was blow drying, I looked up on my phone. It was 11 degrees Celsius down here in my studio, which I don't know what that is in Fahrenheit, but I imagine it's like 60, maybe 50. Let me just see. It's got to be getting colder too. .52 degrees Fahrenheit. So that's the temperature in my studio right now. Kathy is saying goodnight as well. Has to go as well. So nice to see you, Kathy. Enjoy the weather in Hawaii. Okay. So yeah, I want to try to get done as soon as possible so I don't freeze. Come on, where's my cursor? There we are. So that's my next area of focus. I think what I'm going to do, take a little bit of cool red, turn this into a slightly grayish purple. So that was my cool blue that I had mixed in here with some gray. computer still. Use a bit of this too in these clouds. This down here, I'm just going to get a little bit more solid. Looks like I gotta blow dry that. Okay. Heidi says, it's so beautiful, Michael. And Kathy says, it looks really awesome. Thank you, guys. So sweet. Okay, let's get... still a bit more, oops, of this cool red into my mixture. It's a bit too much, isn't it? Well, you know what? I'll let it sit there, and then I can always glaze it down and make it push back a little bit further. Just to keep this ball rolling. Okay, I'm going to take that same color here and dilute it. kind of like that. Maybe I'll leave that. It's a little bit darker than maybe it needs to be, but okay. Oops. Ah, I was on mute the whole time. Okay. Okay, let's take our pink again. Okay. So I like how this sky is developing. Now I'm going to come in and put the sun blazing through here. And so really, I'm just going to use white to do this. I'm going to glaze with pure white. I'm also lightening the bottoms of these clouds. Okay, so let's blow dry. There's going to be a lot of this kind of back. So now this is just pure white paint that I'm painting right into this area. It's kind of all of a sudden taking a little bit of a V shape kind of thing there. How did that happen? Tried to blend it with my fingertip, and a bunch of paint came off. My fingers weren't as clean as I thought they were. Oh, I was almost done that. Okay, now I gotta fix that. Okay, there is more subtlety there in his. There's a bit of like a yellow glow around that. I think I might need to progress on from there. And get the water and everything done before instead of focusing too much attention down there. Hey, Taka says, hello from Georgia, the country. We got a great actor called Nico Firosmani. We got one great actor. Nico Firosmani. I'm sure there's a lot of great actors and artists from Georgia. Friends, YouTubers who left Russia and are living in Georgia, Tashkent right now. So thank you to Georgia for taking in so many refugees. I know it's not easy, but certainly appreciated. Okay. I just did it again. My fingers. Okay, so let's work on the water. Okay, maybe even before I do that, I am literally freezing. It is cold in here. Okay, before I freeze to death, let's get the foreground done, because I can't wait to sit next to the heater and warm up after this. So I've got a lot of, well, not a lot, hopefully in the next hour I can wrap this up down here at the very bottom, the bottom third of the picture. So maybe let's just take a quick look at the task at hand. Okay, so what I've got to do, let's compare them side by side. I've got to get a little bit more of this same kind of green to come a little bit across here, and then there's some warm red down here. Bring some warmer yellows down into the bottom down here. So where should we begin? Maybe let's take our warm yellow. Let's do a little glaze with some warm yellow. Maybe even put it in a bit of this gray here. Now we're going to bring a bit of that white back in there as reflections in a little bit. Do I want to put some of that red in? Maybe let's do a tiny bit of that right now. But that warm yellow, I think, certainly helped a lot, right? All of a sudden kind of brought, you know, this looked a little bit, I was kind of unhappy with that for a bit there. So let's take a bit of, actually, you know what? I'm just going to take a bit of this pink glaze again. Just want to narrow down the focus, because that would make a really big, bright reflection down here, and I don't want such a big reflection. Okay, now let's take some warm red. I'm going to put this warm red into some glazing fluid. Bring this warm red down here. Let's blow dry that actually. I'm going to do that again. Let's take... Okay, that might be good for right now. goodness, it is cold. Oh, I'm even tempted. You know what? I am gonna run and grab my heater. I just can't. It's like almost unbearable. 1 minute. Just gonna run up and grab that. Get just a second. Okay, I got a little bit of heat. Toka says, so great actor Nico Forasmani says, he sold his house and bought 1,000,000 red roses for his girlfriend, but she said, no, I don't love you. Oh, I mean, it's funny, but it's also very sad, I'm sure, but, there's something, the crazy things people do for love, right? Okay, so, what do I want to do here? What's the quickest way that I could finish this painting? We need to darken a little bit, even add a little bit of some darker streaks, lighter areas. Well, I guess I'll do the boats, but okay. And so most of this is going to be just lots of grays again. We've got so much gray in this picture, which might not be, you know, someone who's maybe hasn't done a lot of painting wouldn't look at this and necessarily say, oh, there's a lot of gray here, but there is a lot of gray. So what kind of gray? We need one of these, let's mix our warm brown again. So a darker brown. Now let's mix maybe a lighter brown. Let's mix our black. Oh, we do have some black left over. Okay. Okay, so I just mixed up this almost basically like a flesh color. Let's be a bit darker than that. Now we will take the lighter pink version, bring this. Oops, that's way too intense. Oops, let's erase that. This edge has got to come down lower, doesn't it? Okay. Okay, so I'm just going to blow dry all this here. I'll admit I'm a little flustered because I'm cold and I'm trying to rush, and that's probably not the smartest way to work on a painting, because it means I'm clearly not as entirely focused as I should be. So just sort of like slow things down a little bit for myself. Take a little bit of a breath. I think that fixed things. But the big problem was, and I didn't articulate it at all, because I was a little bit flustered, was that, you know, I had the far shore, and then these cliffs appeared to be higher up. Their shoreline was higher up than that far shore, which doesn't make any sense. It has to be lower. So I had to kind of start to rebuild this area here and lower it down. I'm not even sure how I got it to that place where that was what was happening, but it was happening. So now I'm just taking a bit of this same green that I put in here as a shadow and applying it in the water here to create the illusion of little ripples. Trying to get this little boat. Not a very effective painting of a boat there. Let's go to the other side here. It's going to move forward rather than obsess over what's working or not working. Let's take some of our brown and a little bit of gray. Not quite dark enough. Oops, sorry, I'm not in the right place. So riding this line between too light and too dark. want to even try to do those guys in the canoe. I don't think so. Making these sails kind of a fleshy color again. Oh my goodness. Just like, oh my goodness, a lot to do here. How much time do I want to? So what I'm scraping off is texture from the shoreline. So that I can paint, because it's for me anyway, it's distracting, causes like an odd shadow. Oops. Okay, that water is darker down here, so I need to get this water to be darker. Let's take our warm blue, warm yellow. Take a bit of red so it doesn't just go pure green, with maybe a little bit on the more brown side of things. Okay, and let's glaze with that. So I don't want to go too far out there. But I may even do that a second time in the right in the inside of this kind of inner harbor area. So let's blow dry that. Okay, I think I could spend hours and hours and hours working on this water, but I want to wrap up as soon as possible, so I want to just work on the near shore here. And okay, so I don't even am I in step number foreground 3? Did I do that already? If not, let's do that. So let's do the last bit of the foreground. I don't know if I've already had this foreground 3 up on the screen already. If not, this will be foreground number 4. I don't have one pre-planned already. And so really what we're going to do is just get the near shore at the very bottom of the painting done. I realized I could spend a lot more time on this painting, as he, I'm sure, certainly did. But I want to wrap up as soon as possible so I can warm up as soon as possible. So let's take a look at these side. In fact, let's zoom out here and just see how we're doing. So we're getting there. Something about that drives me crazy right in here. Is there anything I can do there right now? I know this is exactly what I was planning on not doing, but or wasn't, not that I was planning on not doing anything here, but Sometimes you get a color on your brush and you're just like, oh, that needs to be in there somewhere. Heidi says, Michael, you don't have to finish it in one sitting, especially in the cold. Remember, Rome was not built in one day. Totally. Although, I definitely, it's, for me, just in terms of time, I want to be able to move on to another painting next time rather than come back and work on this one again. So, but I do appreciate the reminder. Thank you, Heidi. So, let's take a look here. Now, I've got a lot of bright oranges and things. Those are actually kind of, especially because my hill back here is quite saturated. Compared to his, it is a, it's maybe 15% more saturated, maybe even more than that. So, if I decide, if I make this more dull and less saturated, it's actually going to make this look a little strange. So unless I plan on muting this, I actually need to keep this as bright as it might be already be. So I just want to kind of track that, because I don't want to get too dark or dull down here. Otherwise it's going to make this appear in front of this. And so I want to, if that's going to be as, and there's a lot of grays in here, but if I, yeah, so because the most saturated, darkest colors come forward. So anytime there's anything else, that's why, for instance, my sky, I really liked that kind of bright green that was there for a long time, but it was also clear to me that if I left that there, it would create a strange optical effect where the sky would seem maybe closer than it should. So, so let's go into, I'm going to try to leave as much of these bright oranges as possible and go into the, this is his, this is the highest resolution version. You see a little bit more of a grayish beach here. I like this one though. So what do we got to do? We got to this little shoreline. What is that? That's kind of like a, my goodness, what color is that? I guess it's like a little bit of blue. You know, we should bring a little bit of warm blue into the picture here. So I mixed this green here earlier with warm blue. Let's take that color, give it a bit of white. let's zoom in here, sorry. Oh, that's a log of some kind. Okay. It was actually kind of smart of him to put this branch kind of reaching out almost towards that boat, because it really helps emphasize one thing in front of another. That more saturated, darker color makes it very easy to compare them side by side. You can see very clearly that one is much further away. All these tangled little bushes here. Okay. So I'm going to use some just pure warm red right here to paint some of these leaves. Because what he's done, which is really nice, is he's got like the bright light is shining through many of these leaves. And so they appear, you know, like they're semi-transparent, illuminated by the sun. In fact, even these don't feel quite, you know, saturated enough. This red that I'm using has been, it's kind of a bit muddy. It's got a little bit of brown. I had brown on my brush earlier as well. So I'm going to actually take a bit of warm yellow. So add a little bit of white to this red, makes it a little bit more pink. I'm going to try to paint over a few of these in a little bit in order to get like a really intense, bright, warm red. Because that warm red is kind of, it's semi-transparent, so So this is actually a warm blue with a bit of brown in it. And at least for the moment, I'm choosing to use this over instead of black to help just with my warm and cool color relationships. There might be a little bit, I might mix a black and put this in and over top of some of this stuff, but it's going to come back over here just so I can kind of keep everything developing simultaneously. Take this, take a little bit of gray, mix that back into that same color. I'm just kind of making things up right now. Let's just... So right now I'm just sort of doing a lot of just sort of jumping around, putting little lines and highlights and shadows all over the place. Not really so worried about defining anything so much as just creating a bit of a mess of lines and shapes. And then shortly here I'm gonna try to rein it back in. And make it make sense. But it's like I've got to build up a what do you call it, like cross some sort of like threshold of detail or something. I'm basically kind of faking out detail, trying to put as much kind of little random pops of light and shadow in here. So now I'm painting, as promised, some of this warm red right back here. It's almost, I don't know, a little bit too much, perhaps. Let's do a little bit of green like that. It's warm yellow. Warm blue. Let's take a bit of white. Okay, so I'm just about at that point. So we're almost done. I just want to do a few little finishing touches here to wrap this painting up, and then we'll sign off for the night. This is about as long. I was expecting I would be here to about this time, a little bit longer than expected, but it doesn't. I'm not at all surprised that this is where I am at this time after about 6 hours of painting. But I think we're almost done. So let's go back to this here. In fact, maybe I'm going to quickly blow dry this. Painting some of these leaves that I painted with some white, just painting them back over top. Let's do a darker green. For not all of them, but because what I really like about what he's done is he's got like this, just this tangled mesh of bushes at the very bottom of his painting. feels really dense down here. And it is a little bit odd to have this kind of thing right at the bottom of this very picturesque landscape. I mean, really what it does is it makes it very plain, not plain, but it makes it very obvious that we are on the shore. We're standing here looking at the scene in front of us, that there's no confusion, there's no... You know, if we didn't have this here, well, maybe we could be on a boat looking straight across the river. Maybe we could be on a pier, or, you know, in a horse carriage or whatever else. But this tells us, no. We're well, I mean, we could be on a horse carriage, but we are definitely on the shore. Okay, maybe just lastly, I want to mix up. Do I have any? Can I mix a black again? Like our warm blue, warm red. Cool yellow, mix of black. I just want to mix this black so that, and I might even add a bit of warm blue to it, because I don't have any actual black anywhere else really yet on its own. So this will kind of help push anything I really want to be right up in the foreground. No bones about it, it's in the foreground. So I mixed that black with cool yellow, cool blue, and warm red. And then I just added a little bit of my ultramarine blue, my warm blue, to it, just to also to help pull it forward. So I'm also putting this a lot in, almost right next to really bright highlights as a way of really amplifying the intensity of that light, that it's creating really sharp shadows. Okay. I think I should probably call it a day there. So, I think it's time for our side-by-side comparison here to compare how these paintings turned out. So let's, just before we do so, just a quick reminder to hit the like button, subscribe, and notification bell. That really helps me out. It helps me know if I'm doing something good or not. So the more people who subscribe to the channel, the more that helps the algorithm, and it helps me reach more and more people on my mission to help democratize art, to help spread the power of art, because I think if we were all living in a world where more people were making art and celebrating art, I think we'd live in a much more peaceful place. So, also, if you want to support the channel with a small donation, you can leave as little as $1, $5 through PayPal, or through the Super Chat while we're live, or if you want to send an email or a check in the mail, an e-transfer. My email is on the Facebook group and my webpage. Those links are down below in the video description below. And if you want to send an old-fashioned letter or check in the mail, etc., you can also contact me through my email. So, let's see how these paintings stack up side by side. And there's mine. Okay. So, as always, this is what I was able to do in about 5.5 hours. So obviously there's going to be some limitations and major discrepancies from the original. The original painting is about 4 by 3 feet, maybe a little bit less. So it's a pretty big painting. And mine is 9 by 12. So it's literally less than an eighth the size of that painting. But we were able to get a lot of the major elements in here, particularly the light. That was the main thing that I was most interested in, is capturing that, and I think we've done a pretty good job of getting those lights. The colors are close, not quite exactly there. A few areas where almost as always, my colors tend to be more saturated than the original because I really like bright saturated colors. So we have, you know, this area is certainly, even though I muted it a few times, it's still pretty intensely lime green, right? We have a lot more intense blues or cool blues in here, and warmer greens in here, and certainly in the foreground the colors are more saturated and we have more highlights and everything in there. So overall, my colors are probably 30% more saturated than the original. But I also kind of like paintings like that. I tend to like kind of more, and I like using bright colors. So, which is also one of the reasons I use that split primary palette. But overall, I think all the major elements are there. So why don't we zoom in? Where should we start? Let's start up in the sky because that's where we began. So, you know, we have, as I said, the colors are roughly there, but mine are a little bit more intense. I mean, if we take that top part out, we're much closer. I mean, there's even a little bit more pink in mine than his. I mean, obviously he was the president of the Academy and the first this is the first artwork to go in the National Gallery. So, you know, you're tackling some big giants here, tilting at windmills, I guess you could say. But I think, you know, as soon as this is done and I look at these paintings side by side, I think I'm gonna, or when I'm not looking at them side by side, I think I'll be pretty pleased with the way it turned out. I think mine, as I said before, I was kind of surprised at how similar his style was to the Impressionists, who are really only just getting started at this point. Well, I mean, you know, this is what, 1879, 1880. So the Impressionists have been exhibiting for a few years before this, the mid-1870s through to 1890 is sort of the heyday of Impressionism. So for this artist to be working in Canada, producing this kind of paintings at that time, shows that he's really on the pulse of the moment. To be using such like painterly brushstrokes, although it's not really as evident in his painting unless you get up real close to it. So, you know, I'm happy with the way this turned out. The cliff side, even the boat. I mean, the boat technically should be a little bit more pink. Even really, there could be a lot more pink all over the place. But, you know, as I was painting it, I was like, yeah, I kind of like how that looks. I think I'm just going to keep it like that, which tends to be how I approach a lot of these. Let's go to the far left here. Obviously, he's got a lot more detail in the side of the cliff here. And I just had to kind of cut short. But I do like what's happening here with that kind of mist rolling in over the hills. I think I could probably have done a little bit better job of making a shape in here that is kind of being hidden a little bit by that fog as it burns off in the morning. Hey, it's okay. I think probably the foreground is where we're going to see the most radical difference. And that's, again, because this hillside is so saturated when I painted it, I was either faced with muting that down so that I could get this to the similar sort of level of intensity, or trying to actually, I had to go more saturated than this so that it didn't appear that this hill was in front of the shore, right? So always thinking about using my most saturated colors in the foreground. And this is you know, I'll be the first to admit that my foreground is a little bit of a hodgepodge. I was really just trying to fill it in as quickly as possible so that it kind of gives, it's vaguely convincing enough that I could move on. And I think, you know, for, you know, what I spent maybe an hour, hour and a half at tops on the bottom of this painting, I think it does the job. Again, it's not my finest moment, but I'm also not gonna beat myself up about it. I think this turned out pretty good. You know, if I was to say an area that could use some improvement, it would probably be to add a little bit of white highlights in the water down here. Do I want to do that now? Probably shouldn't I? Okay, just when I thought I was gonna try to convince myself that it was okay without it, but let's just do a quick little bit here. So let's take a bit of white. Let's put a bit of glazing fluid in there. Just get some of the excess off the brush. I really should have done that before I started defining this tree branch. It would have made my life a bit easier. I don't think I need too much of this. I don't want to overdo it. I think that makes a huge difference. Yeah, that's what it needed for sure. Do I want to add just a tiny bit of reflection? think that's probably good. I should probably just... walk away. See how hard it is for me just to walk away from a painting. But I think that's good. I think let's just pan back out. Yeah, I think that's good. I like a little bit of those extra highlights on there. I think that helps give some of that reflection in the water that it needed. Very cool. Okay. So, there's another one down. Thank you so much, everyone, for painting along with me. I can't wait to see what you've done. Next Tuesday, we're going to do our feedback episode, our long-awaited feedback episode, especially focusing on paintings. So if you've been working on paintings and you haven't put them on the Facebook group, or you don't belong to the Facebook group yet, put them up there. Let's see them. Let's celebrate your achievements. Let's make this world a beautiful, colorful place to be. I can't wait to see you again next week. Enjoy your time until then, and please keep painting. Please keep sharing your love of art with the world. It needs it in these times especially. We'll talk to you again soon. Have a great night, everybody. Bye-bye. Mm-hmm.